jump into some pre-market. Sorry, stream's a bit late this morning. I've had to be pretty active. So far in the pre-market, everything is getting absolutely slaughtered. All right, let me grab some more coffee. So yeah, there's a bloodbath in the market today. Um, really big bloodbath. Crypto getting slaughtered. Everything's getting slaughtered here. Broad-based sell-off. The only thing that's showing strength is crude oil. That's pretty much it. A couple energy stocks. Bitcoin down 4, SPY down about 1%, Qs are down 1.48, IWM down 1.24, Nvidia down another 3, Tesla down 4.62. Bitcoin is into a really big area here, guys. Big area. You've pierced this upsloping trend line going all the way back to September of 2024. You've retested a big 618 fib level. There's definitely a lot of support. And obviously Michael Saylor is going to be buying the dip always. That being said, I think Bitcoin makes a little bit more sense down here. Gold is also getting absolutely slapped. Same thing with miners. Looking at dust, dust is flying to the high side, gapping up this morning. So I've done already quite a bit of selling in the pre-market. I have closed about 16.5% of my short portfolio. I was short QID. Sorry, I was long QID. I closed that. I was also long TZA. So the small caps, I closed that. So I freed up quite a bit of cash in my portfolio, about 16.5% of my cash I freed up by closing some shorts. That being said, I got a lot of options contracts that are getting crushed on the long side. A lot. Not happy about that. But it is what it is. We'll trade what's in front of us, guys. I did make a couple buys this morning as well. Yeah, I'm gonna look to accumulate more Rocket Labs. That one I'm building into a long-term position for sure. That's one of the names I'm looking at. I'm looking at Tempest AI guys buying today. So one of the reasons why I cleared up a bunch of cash is I'm still looking at accumulating some more long positions, buying the dip basically is what my plan is today, adding to some positions. Again, I do have SPY calls that are getting absolutely crushed, unfortunately about that. I'm going to look to exit my Oklo put options. I got some $80 puts on Oklo. Again, I closed my IWM short. I closed my QID. I still have a short interest in semis and a couple individual names. But most of my short interest is being taken out today with this gap down. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, definitely Rocket Labs. I still like that. So I've been looking at buying Rocket Labs, adding to that. I've been looking at adding to Starbucks, Tempest, Meta, and we'll see what else presents itself. Yeah, yeah, I started buying SPY calls. I got a couple grand in SPY calls, which are getting absolutely dusted. I mean, at least I have, another till the 21st, so maybe I can salvage it somehow if I maneuver the position, but my SPY calls are getting cooked. My November 21st, 683s. I was buying into the support. Obviously, the support gave way. But the market is now at that neckline area, which is so fascinating because now you're going to have people piling in on the short side today, chasing price action. And usually when it gets too offside and they chase it, that's when they gap us up or reverse us. So we'll see if we want to get any sort of a bounce today, but there's always a shot. You can see the S&P is getting a bounce now. What else can we look at? It's days like this, guys, where you really want to position yourself, some of the names that have been running or names that you've been watching, and figure out what you want to take. There's quite a bit of selling. But yeah, I'll have some losses today, guys. Yeah, market makers will be playing games for sure. So what's interesting here, guys, is you do have a broad-based sell-off occurring. VIX is spiking again. All your stocks are getting slaughtered right now. Key Trader 586. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've studied a bit of the Elliott wave. There's aspects that I do like, no question. I think it's handy if you can learn it, but I don't think it's everything. So you can see SPY is getting a pretty decent bid here. A lot of stocks are catching a nice pre-market bid. Yeah, it was a crazy sell-off, that's for sure. Crazy sell-off. Absolutely impressive to see the markets gapping down very, very quickly. Very, very, very quickly. And again, we'll see. I mean, they could easily keep flushing us into the morning session when more of that volume comes in, but we are coming into a decent area of support on your S&P 500. Really, it's this upsloping trend line. So now we do have some support, but everyone's going to be watching this head and shoulders formation. Everyone. So we'll see in the pre-market, you kind of tap this area. So there's definitely some support, but are we going to have a big head and shoulders trigger? We will find out. The market makers might want to pierce that neckline a little bit more. Try to get people bared up. But there will be a big bounce intraday at some point today. There might be. There will be a really big bounce. I am just managing and making a short list of what I want to accumulate more into. I've already got my eye on Rocket Labs. I already did one buy this morning. Did a few sells. Silver getting slapped. That's also down sharply. Damn. Silver coming in hot. Gold coming in. Let's look at Unity here. Yeah, Unity software is also starting to come in. Your UVXY. Will they crush it on the Friday? They are breaking it out as we speak. We'll see if they sell this VIX liquidity. Let's look at Uber. Yeah, a lot of nasty charts on the precipice of triggering those bearish, much larger bearish formations. Mana coming in, UNH. UNH is giving us a retest. That's interesting. DDOG had really solid earnings. That company's still holding fairly well. BABA. TME. That might be one I might get interested in again. 10-cent music. We traded this one a couple days ago. Still off of its lows. How's JD doing? Yeah, that's also gapping down. Quite interesting. Filling that lower boundary gap. Rainy day will be selling my VIXie? Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. Costco's still holding steady. Quantum stocks getting annihilated. Do I want to buy Tesla today? Tesla. Definitely some support on Tesla. Interesting. SoFi is under some pressure today as well. Interesting. Sorry guys, I'm not speaking as much because I'm just making a plan. So much action here to buy stuff. But we'll go over some trading here. Yeah, and I think there's a strong chance of a decent bid here off of the lows. I really, really do. Whether or not it holds, that's another thing. We'll have to see. Give me a sec, guys. I got a phone call. Yeah, natural gas inventories are today as well. So that should be interesting. Again, it is coming in. This is why we shorted it yesterday. We were building into KOLD, accumulating that name, but nat gas inventories are today. I wouldn't be surprised if it caught a bounce off of inventories. I know it's weak today. It's still extended, but it's a very strong asset in an uptrend, whereas opposed the market's in a downtrend. And you have crude oil strong today, so we'll see what happens. But natural gas inventories at 10:30. If it gets a pop higher, I would look to fade it again. But other than that, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. So I'm going to be to more swing trade positions today, this morning. It's kind of what my plan is. As for a day trade, obviously I'm always looking to scalp some zero DTEs. Looks like the call size. I was hoping that the market would stay a little bit more depressed down here off of the open. When we look at I'll keep the SPX daily chart there. But when we look at what SPY has done here in the pre-market, it's actually had a nice bounce off of the lows. So again, with that small minor bounce, there's always a chance that they could flush us down again. But I was really, really hoping. Yeah, Nvidia, I mean, if you want to buy the king, it's again not a bad area. I was actually considering that too. Um, I closed a lot of my short interest in the market today. really the shorts that I have are still in semiconductors, so I was actually thinking of hedging those shorts with some NVIDIA longs. So I still have positions in SOXS, common shares, about 9% of my portfolio. But yeah, I was also tempted. I was looking at NVIDIA too. It's not a bad area, and honestly, the daily chart momentum is breaking down for sure, but you still got weekly chart momentum. The only concern is obviously earnings next week, but they typically like to have NVIDIA save the market, so we'll see. I think there's definitely a day trade, guys. I think there's a big day tradable long today. I think you're going to get a fat bounce, so I'm very tempted to buy 0 DTEs. I just don't know if we're going to flush off the open, but if we back test some of these daily chart trend lines again, we're going to open just shy of this yellow trend line. I was hoping that we would hit this point of control and this lower boundary neckline. So this is the true trend line, this white trend line. That's your head and shoulders neckline. So if SPY can come back down to that, that would not be a bad area. But yeah, NVIDIA down here, there's definitely some support. We can't deny that. Um, Obviously, last time we gapped down on Friday. What's so funny, guys, is the market is setting up exactly what happened last Friday, where we had this big gap down and then a reversal, right? This was a Friday pivot last week, literally. Market was massively, massively getting slaughtered, and then they ripped it. And look at the fat candle bounce we had. Imagine they do the same thing again into next week. Like, it could happen. It could happen for sure. I just don't know if they're going to repeat that so aggressively. I wouldn't mind seeing that, but damn. Or they're just going to, trap people again. Who the heck knows? But I still think that there's going to be an upside push. But don't get me wrong. I'm losing some money today on some call options. That's for sure. I have some disastrous SPY calls. Gosh. But there's certainly a lot of interesting names that have been battered and bruised. So I'm going to be looking to add to some swing trades. Again, I cleared a whole bunch of cash in the portfolio. I closed TZA, I closed QID. So I'm looking at deploying some of this. As for a day trade, I'm really only interested in going into some 0 DT calls if we kind of retest 664 ish, 664.30 ish. I would look for a bounce on SPY. Nvidia is into a ton of support, so we'll watch that one as well. All right, markets are open here, guys. Rocket Lab seeing a nice bid higher. Let's look at this SPX chart. Daily chart, you can see you're still off of that trend line. But you can see the S&P is coming lower here. SPY's getting interesting, guys. It's into that yellow trend line of support. That's for sure. Certain stocks are turning green. TME, Tencent Music. You got some staples that are green. It's coming in. Microsoft down zero point 0.6, Nvidia down 2.68, Tesla down 3.68, QQQ down 1.62. VIX is still trying to climb higher here. SPY calls here look a little bit better and intriguing, that's for sure. Sorry guys, I'm just going on a buy-in spree. We'll see what happens here. Trying to stabilize and bounce here just a little bit. Um, quite a bit of positions here. Sorry, I'm not really day trading, but when you get big buys like this, swing trading capital, I think takes preference, at least for me. Um, you can see the market is getting a bounce here, a decent sized bounce. Look at that bounce on the S&P 500, guys. Holy moly. What a beast. What a beast, eh? Alright, that was quick. That was crazy. 6 minutes, what did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4 positions, 4 new positions, closed 5 new positions. Perfect. Alright, now I can focus on a little bit of trading since I deployed some swing trading. Rocket Labs turns green, guys. RKLB going green. Holy moly, RKLB going green. Rocket Labs being bought up with force. Look at RKLB. They're going to try to push us again. Holy moly. Wow. So Rocket Labs is one of the positions, guys, I added to. Today I said that off the open. Sent out the alert there. 43.37. Picking the lows. That one was my favorite setup this morning. A couple of names I did accumulate into as well. We'll see if the VIX wants to get faded here, guys. SPX is still trying to bounce off that neckline. Rocket Labs ripping. Rams wanting to buy long SPY. Yeah, I think it makes sense down here for sure. I just bought a whole bunch of individual names, which I think can move a little bit more than SPY, but Micron's gone green, Duolingo's green, Ondas is green. Markets are getting a little bit of a bid here, guys. Markets are getting a little bit of a bid. They are going to crush this VIX as well, guys. It's looking like they might crush the VIX again. So SVIX is one of my newest positions that I bought. Sent out an alert. Whoa, man. Man, oh man. These bounces can get crazy. These bounces can get crazy. Now we'll see if they want to sell us off a little bit, but that's a strong reaction candle, guys, in the market off of support so far. You can see SPY double pierce the two trend lines, acting quite well. It's still down sharply. It's got quite a bit of work to do, right? But acting fairly well right now. IWM's bouncing still. How's Tesla doing? Tesla's getting a nice bounce as well. Nvidia, really strong bounce on Nvidia. All your mega caps are getting a bounce here. Interesting. Bitcoin's trying to bounce. Gold still a little bit weak. Crude oil still holding steady. Again, they could easily retest us lower, guys. It's They could easily retest us lower. There's still a heavy distribution session. What else we got? Strong bounce on Rigetti, guys. Really good bounce in Quantum Names. Strong bounce in Rocket Labs. Really strong bounce in Tempest AI. Those are just some of the names I've been building into. A lot of stocks are turning green. Look at DataVolt, guys. I'm still long DVLT. That name is starting to wake up as well, up already 5.8%, acting extremely well. IONQ's turning green. Interesting. Very interesting. PayPal's still struggling. CMG, Starbucks is still struggling. All right, S&P is still underneath its 50-day, but bouncing off of support. We'll see if they want to give us any sort of a retest lower, guys. There's always a shot of that. Your IWM is still bouncing off of support. VIX is still elevated here, but starting to come in a little bit. Not too much. Let's see these other names. UNH. Nice gap down on UNH. That's tempting. That is tempting to also buy here. Look at CNC. Interesting. Baxter, CMG, TTD. Trade desk right back lower. Interesting. NVIDIA getting a nice fat candle, guys. AMD trying to bounce. Apple bouncing still. Tesla bouncing off of that support trend line. That's a positive candle for SPY. Getting another 10-minute push here on your SPX. Seems that buy the dip is acting very well. And again, they could easily take us green, guys. On a Friday, they are starting to sell the VIX a little bit here. UVXY still up 3.5%. So there's still some volatility being priced into this market. But it's definitely coming in a little bit. Market's still acting pretty well. Rocket Labs making a beautiful red to green reversal. I like it. I like it a lot. Micron absolutely soaring. Weird that SoFi is my green and Intel is eating all the gains. Yeah, SoFi is still one of those leaders, right? People love SoFi. People love SoFi. Let's look at Hood. Hood also seeing a nice little reversal, PLTR. That's seeing a little bit of a reversal off the lows. How's Roblox doing? Roblox has just been absolutely battered. Not a bad area to try to scalp Roblox long here, guys. Looking at the IWM bouncing hard off that EMA 113 clinical bounce. Impressive. QQQ. Bouncing off of a point of control. We'll keep that SPX up here just to show you on the daily chart. But very, very solid price action, guys. Very solid price action off the lows. Yeah, MARA, guys. Also seeing a bit of reversal. Extremely oversold down here. Peter, what's Peter asking about here? TTD and Oscar today. I think everything, guys. Honestly, there's a lot of stocks. TTD, yes, I like it. I do like it. I like the earnings from TTD. Reaction's been kind of muted. I don't mind TTD down here. Yeah, Oscar into another ton of support. Swept the gap. You're into this lower bound area. You know, the market is probably going to get a really, really big reversal again. That's what it's shaping up. Just the way you see quantum names, guys, making red to green reversals. Rigetti already up 2.1%. That was one that we bought. You know, when you start seeing these high beta stocks making red to green reversals, that's very, very positive. So I think everything is going to really get bought up here. You know, that's why I literally cleared up 16% of my short portfolio today. I closed TZA, I closed QID. A lot of that money was kind of just dead for me for a number of weeks. And that's why with this gap down, I wanted to deploy quite a bit. I mean, if you're in the investing group, I sent out 1, 2, 3, 4 long alerts. In the options group, I sent out 3 alerts. Live trading group, I sent out another alert. But look at Rigetti go, guys. Everything is, you know, if you're wanting to buy the dip, that's what I was saying at the open. I said, you know, I'm going to be buying the dip, deploying a lot of capital. And I think everything's catching a nice sizable bid here. IWM, guys, is almost going green. So the Russell outperforming, only down 0.38%. Mega cap tech is still a little bit weaker, guys. Qs are underperforming in quite a big way. But wow, that's crazy. You look at the SVIX, guys. I also shorted the VIX today. SVIX is into a double bottom, sweeping the 200 moving average again today. I could see them selling the VIX on a Friday. Look at this bounce in the market. That is just filthy. That is filthy. You're buying hard. You know, this is absolutely looking like Friday again. Look at this. Gold still down 2.41%. Slapped. Russell's gonna go green here, guys. Holy moly. I mean, this is just getting crazy. This is insane. Oh my goodness. Look at the FOMO. Our market is relentless, guys. I can't believe they're going to do 2 back-to-back Fridays. It's setting up that way. If they do 2 back-to-back Fridays, if they bounce the market next week like they did here, I mean, this is just crazy. We got a Fed put in. Yeah, 665. If you went long off the open, I mean, you're printing. You know, they gave you literally here, guys. They gave you 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes to just buy. Within that 4 minutes, you know, crazy. A lot of money has been made within 4 minutes. You know, technically 5, 6, maybe 6 minutes you had to just slap the buy on so many things. Yep, I did. I did too, Ram. And again, we're still down on SPY land, so there could still be a retest lower. We're still in a bit of a bearish intraday trend, and we're underneath the 50-day. You know, but a lot of stocks have showed some resiliency off the lows. Peter saying NVIDIA 8 cents to 68 cents. Nice. Nice job. Nice job there, Peter. Yeah, Rocket Labs, I added down here, that's printing. Tempest, absolutely printing, trying to go green. Rigetti, doubled up my Rigetti position. Printing to the upside, up 4.6%. Datavolt still ripping here, guys. I mean, the markets have been absolutely crazy. Look at quantum names. Quantum names are some of your strongest reaction candles off the lows. Now, this type of a retest lower can be bought. Wow. Look at Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs is just a filthy beast. Can't stop, won't stop. Holy moly. RKLB, ripping, flying. Whoops. Nasty. IWM, guys, attacking its prior day high here. So it's coming into, prior day low. Big spot for the Russell here. Really big spot. Will they take these markets green again? Let's hope so. Rip it higher. Rip it higher. But a lot of your high beta stocks, quantum names, China names, Oklo, UAMY, Datavault, IONQ, QBTS, LiDAR stocks ripping. You still got mega cap tech kind of lagging a little bit. You got all mega cap tech red, but Tesla's bounced nicely. Nvidia's ridiculous bounce off the lows. I think one of the standout stocks that I bought was Rocket Labs and Tempest. Meta's trying to form. Look at RKLB, guys. Holy moly. Just a full-on squeeze to the upside. That is crazy. Look at that bounce. That's already an 8% bounce. Going into the session, guys, I was down slightly on my first entry on Rocket Labs from yesterday. Bought at the lows. And literally now, I'm up 5% just within a few minutes. Doubling down on my position. Same thing with, Tempest is a new buy, but Tempest, I mean, look at Rigetti. Going into today, guys, I was down. I bought a little bit of Rigetti yesterday at 26.50. I was down 11% at the open. Boom. Now I'm up over 6.5 there. Craziness. Meta's trying. Russell's still bouncing. Let's look at Bitcoin here. BTC, guys, making a move and a half. Look at that. Nasty. This market wants to go green again, guys. Rocket Labs just can't stop. Oh my goodness. I'm getting obsessed. Anyone watch the launch yesterday from Rocket Labs? It's probably one of my favorite stocks moving forward, guys, Rocket Labs. I like their earnings report. It was a solid report. Ondas ripping. Natural gas still getting slaughtered. Jeez. All right, we'll keep that SPX chart on, the daily chart, because it's always nice seeing a daily candle form. Trying to reattack that 50 MA, guys. 6703 is SPX 50 MA. Tempest AI going green. IWM trying to go green. NVIDIA now up 0.4% going green. Good job, Peter. Good job if you bought that NVIDIA dip. I wish I could have bought more, but there's only so many things I could input. Come on. Tencent Music still ripping. Oklo trying to rip here. Even Oklo. I mean, look at this Oklo rip. Crazy. From 93-ish to 104. That is filthy. Goodness. Come on, markets, hold steady. Hold steady. Push higher, SPY. Take us green. Take us green. It's still trying to push, guys. Tempest turns green on the session. We can't stop this market right now. Holy moly. Honestly, that's why I was so quiet in the pre-market, guys. I was literally making a plan for what I was buying. And if anyone's in the groups, damn, I'm exhausted already from just quickly punching from side to side, changing from stocks, but I had my game plan and all I said was I'm buying. Freed up a lot of short capital and I said buy the dip. Buy that dip. Anyone in the live trading group, I did take a nice little trim on Rigetti, locked in 7% gain. Still holding half the position, but I locked in 7% gain on RGTI, guys. Good job if you took that with us. All right. Still holding half the position with stops. Look at TEM, guy. Tempest. I mean, Rocket Labs is still trying to push here. Everything caught a pretty big bid here. Let's look at SoFi again. SoFi. Yep, that's turned green. QBTS. Nvidia getting slightly faded here, guys, so the S&P could run into a little bit of sell side. We'll see. We will see what happens. Jeez, craziness. You require shitting yourself, and that's the problem, right? I know. I'll send you some TP. Yeah, like this morning, I mean, I was down heavily on my SPY calls. I'm still down. I got some SPY calls that are underwater. I still got some positions that are down, no question. But just like that, I mean, I was going to be losing probably about, I don't know, what was it? I'd have to look at my open, but I was probably going to be down about 12K today on swings. And now just with executing and deploying quite a bit more long capital, I mean, positions are ripping. But we'll see. Let's see that, if they do it exactly the same as Friday, I'd be shocked. I mean, you can see the 50 MA is starting to see some sell side pressure. Nvidia is still holding steady here. Not everything is bounced, guys. So there's still quite a bit of weakness in individual names. Not everything is seeing that bounce. Most of your high beta stocks, China names acting well, Micron acting well, but there's still a lot of red out there. Of course, Weeble's not really bouncing. AMD is still slightly negative. Banks are still under pressure. JP Morgan down 1%. Wells Fargo's down. Natural gas equities are down. Gold's still down 2.23. Crude oil's still strong, up 2.57. Trade desk not really acting quite well. It's all your high betas, the Oklos, the Rigettis, the UAMY, the Datavolt, the IONQ, the QBTS. Those have all absolutely just ripped to the upside. Super impressive. All right, markets are coming in here. Markets are coming in. Let's see what happened on that Friday. So this was your Friday rally. You can see the Friday rally had that huge push, little dip back, piercing your 10-minute 7 MA, then a big push. Most of the time it was up, so you're not even above your 10-minute MA here yet. Just give me a sec, guys. All right, sorry guys, back in business. So the market is getting a little bit sold here. Again, this is technically a little bit of a buy or retrace here. If you want to buy this, not a problem. You would kind of use this stop loss on this lower 10-minute SPY candle. So it is a bit of a buy. It's an aggressive buy, but that would be kind of your stop. I would use a stop on, say, a 3-minute close or a 2-minute if you're a little bit more aggressive. But certainly there's some sell side pressure still occurring, guys. We'll see if they can pop us back higher here. But I'm asking, don't you think Nvidia not able to sell to China is a big limitation and negative for the market? Well, that's old news. That's a recycled headline. That was out months ago, honestly. We've known about Nvidia not being able to sell for at least probably a month and a half or so. And that's why the stock has been a little bit more choppier. It hasn't been trending as much. But we've known about that for quite a long time. But again, when they start recycling those old news headlines, it almost makes me think that there's going to be an announcement that allows them to sell. And if they are allowed to sell, wow, then we're going to see Nvidia explode. Wow, look at that price action SPY, guys. Just a full-on beast. All right, sorry, I just had to get my dog some water. He was going berserk. All right, so SPY tried there. That's a pretty hard rejection there on SPY. It really, really is. But still seeing accumulation in your higher beta names, so that's somewhat a positive sign. I'd like to see the Russell get above 236.20. That's your prior day low. Still seeing the VIX get faded a little bit here. Yeah, trade desk not really acting too well. A lot of selling hitting the tape now. A lot of selling. My lotto for the day is Mara $13 calls. Mara $13 calls. I just took a position. Mara $13 calls, 0 DTE. Again, these are my lottos. Again, size for loss if you're tailing that trade with me. But MARA, $13 calls, it's super high risk. I mean, you're buying out of the money. We're buying 5-6% out of the money. And it's super aggressive. It's very risky. Crypto stocks are not acting well right now. It's getting faded just a little bit. Still seeing quite a bit of selling here. Some names are starting to trickle in a little bit. IWM getting rejected. Got your VIX still elevated. Dollars made a nice reversal to the green side. Gold, nat gas still under pressure. Bitcoin still under pressure. Things are starting to get a little bit heavier. Big area for the S&P 500 here, guys. Really big area. Very big area for the S&P. Yeah, now the market, I mean, again, the market's not out of the woodworks yet, right? Big fat 0DT bounce here. Um, Coming into a pretty critical area here for the market. We are getting rejected off the 50 SPX daily chart resistance. We will see. This is a big stand for the market. If you lose this area, you could easily sell back down to 665 and maybe even a double bottom. We are starting to sell here. Bitcoin selling off, still seeing heaviness in the market, getting some profit taking. Nvidia back to the negative side, Microsoft still green, Tesla down 2.43. JP Morgan and financials are still seeing disastrous price action. Crypto stocks still seeing disastrous price action. Oklo coming in, Rocket Labs coming in. Why did I pick Mara as my lotto? Because contracts are super cheap. Super cheap. And it's extremely oversold. And I don't know what MicroSailor's been doing with MicroStrategy, but it hasn't been acting well. But mainly because the contracts are super cheap and Mara's had basically, so many down candles in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 consecutive weeks of sell side pressure. It's just very oversold, the crypto space. All right, so they're defending your S&P here, guys. They are trying to defend it. Big spot. It's a big tussle zone. A little bit of a backtest buying opportunity, potentially. Meta, guys, is acting well. So Meta's trying to bounce off of the lows. That stock is still trending. That's a positive sign for the equity market. Datavolt's still trending. Anyone interested in taking Lotto SPY calls? 672 zeros. Again, I don't know. The way this is set up, I mean, that previous Friday, we had that full on reversal. People FOMO'd hard, and then we had that big gap up. If they do it again today, if they take us green today, guys, oh my God, next week you're going to see crazy FOMO. You're going to see insane FOMO in the market next week. And this is going to set us up. If this gets defended and they take us green, the chances of us going to new all-time highs is very, very high. Very high. Look at Meta rip. Meta is just flying here. Daily chart potential reversal. Wow. Crazy. S&P ripping. MARA trying to make a little bit of a push here. Come on. Get us back higher. Well, yeah, this is crazy. Dom C saying I'm no longer bearish on the stock market for 1 to 2 weeks. Quick run before the big buy the dip into next year. Yeah, I think there's also going to be a big buy program into the end of the year. That's why I was also buying. I was buying this morning. You know, like I said too, I think I still think there's one more all-time high before we get into a really, really interesting potential bearish turn. Um, but even with this sell-off, right? You look at structurally on the daily chart. Obviously, we're not closed yet, so anything can happen. But low, higher low, higher low, higher low. You know, we have a lower high in place, but we haven't taken out the lows yet. So the bulls are still trying to defend price action. Still some disappointing price action in a few equities. Like Trade Desk. Trade Desk not really performing here, unfortunately. Yep, 10 minutes to natural gas. Thank you, thank you. I'll bring that up. I'll watch it here on my other screen, but 10 minutes till nat gas inventory should be somewhat interesting. Market is expecting a build of 34 billion. Pretty small. Still no real bounce in crypto. All right, Rigetti coming in a little bit harder. Financials are still in some troublesome spot right now. Gold still weak. Crude oil strong. 230 FOMC member Logan speaks. Yep. Thank you. You have some oil data at 1 o'clock. Bostic speaks at 320. So this is some decent consolidation on your S&P. A breakout out of here probably takes us green, guys. Would not surprise me. Here, posting a picture in the Telegram group. Michael Burry posting a picture of his hedge fund closing down by the end of year. That's pretty funny. Trader 586 out. The only thing I want, or I love days like this. So much going on. Dash Kellogg. It's my birthday. The only thing I want is green candles. Happy birthday. Make a wish. What's your wish? Spy 672? Make a wish. We'll all pile in on the direction. Happy birthday. Dom C. Banks are proposing giving out loans so people can sue other people in court. They're also proposing 50-year mortgages. They're looking for an excuse to take people's money. Yeah, I still think the banks are quite away from, at least here, proposing 50-year mortgages in the States. I mean, maybe there's going to be special circumstances, but gosh, if you have to take a 50-year mortgage, guys, damn, that's not a good investment. You're going to be paying for your home 2 or 3 times over before you actually own it. I do not recommend taking out a intergenerational mortgage. I mean, I know Japan has done that, but do not look at DataVolt, guys. DVLT is flying here. So when stocks like this are just absolutely moonshotting, that's a little bit of an indication that SPY might break out here. I mean, we are just ripping here, guys. Hitting double digits there, clearing a pivot. DataVolt is trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders here, guys. You can see this breakout pattern. DVLT inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart here. If this holds, we could see this squeeze all the way up to $2. So that could happen. I mean, that would put us up about 26% if that were to hit. It's a big if. It's a big if. That would work. SPY still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. SPX is reattacking that 50-day moving average where it saw rejection. Bitcoin trying to form a bit of a 10-minute bull flag. Yeah, I agree. Anything over 12 years is criminal. Is that correct? New high of day, guys. SPY is going to rip here. New high of day. Here we go. IWM ripping, Bitcoin ripping, Mara starting to rip, guys. Still have those Lotto Mara calls. Looks like we're going to go green, guys. Looks like we are going to go green. Meta's trying to go green. Meta's absolutely ripping here. Bitcoin trying to break out of a 10-minute bull flag. Now you have our Mara Lottos starting to wake up, guys. Let's go. Pump Mara to 13 bucks, and I'd be very, very happy. Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it. Some buy side pressure here. Meta acting very, very well. Nvidia green, Microsoft green, Meta green. Some mega caps are turning green, guys. Mega caps are turning green. What does that mean? We gonna rip. We gonna rip. Come on, rip us higher. Solid breakout. They defended that interesting area. Did a minor liquidity sweep, and now they are trending us. Push us up. Push us to the limit. Limit. It is so early, guys. 10:30, only 1 hour of trading, and look at the rebound we've already had. SPY is barely negative. Barely negative. QQQ is now outperforming as well. So not only are you seeing high beta stocks just ripping here, but you're seeing mega cap tech starting to rip. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Come on, Mara. Let's go crypto. Bitcoin trying to break out of a 10-minute bull flag, guys. Boom. It is breaking. It is breaking. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Rip it. We still got a lot of stocks red. Turn them all green. Wow, Micron's just a beast. Bitcoin still down 3%. Nat gas still down 3. Gold still down 2.2. Yields are just barely green on the session. Dixie. So another indication, guys, why we're getting a big bounce is what's really interesting is, most people would have expected this morning this gap down, right? Big turmoil day. And obviously we could easily revisit the lows, but it's not looking likely at this point. But when you look at the bond market, if the market was in trouble today, you would have naturally expected bonds to be being bid up pretty sharply, but bonds are not really showing much accumulation today. So usually in times of chaos, you see bonds catch a bid. All right, so we'll see. As of now, they are not. Come on, crypto, get your big butt up there. Bitcoin almost broke out of a bull flag there. Almost. SPX is above that 50-day. Ain't no bring on. Do 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 do. Excuse me. Come on, S&P. Take us green. You know you want to. What indice is going to go green first? IWM, S&P, or QQQ? Right now, the QQQ is leading the charge, but they're all kind of neck and neck. Very close. You know, the fact that Microsoft, Nvidia, and Apple have turned green. Meta's looking like it wants to go green. Rigetti, Rocket Lab still green. Crazy. Look at Ondas today. That's insane. Data Vault, UAMY. Oklo up 2.5. Wow, TME guys, that's up 1.42%. That was another one I wanted to buy, but just did not have enough hands to buy and fingers tapping. Crude oil still having a strong day, guys. WTI. Very, very strong. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Rocket Labs trying to make another move higher, guys. Yep, vol crush in progress, guys. VIX again. VIX. I've said this numerous times. I think I say it every Friday because it's super important. You know, statistically, if you have an 80% chance of being right on a trade, I think you're gonna take that trade all the time. You go to a casino. What are your best odds? Blackjack table, just over 49%. So if you have an 80% edge in the market based off of a huge statistical timeline and back testing, when the VIX on a Friday usually closes red 80% of the time, sometimes even more, that's a huge, huge trading opportunity. So more than 80% of the time the VIX closes red on a Friday. VIX Crush Friday is a real thing. Vol Crush. And what's one of the positions we bought in today? SVIX. We are shorting the VIX off the 1813 area. So I'm trying to contribute to that vol crush. But 80%, guys. You don't find trade setups that are 80%. They literally take that downside hedging money, they sell into it, put it right back into your tech stocks. It's like, I swear, the VIX is almost like a friggin' piggy bank for mega cap tech. They just sell it. Look at that. SPY new high a day. We are ripping here. So just always remember that. VIX on a Friday has an 80% chance at getting selling off. Obviously, it's important to recognize though that it's when the VIX starts to move, it has those huge blow off moves, and you could wake up and the VIX could be up 20, 30% off of some sort of volatility event that no one expects, a black swan. So that's where there's a risk. Obviously, where there's a high probability, there's obviously always risk, but generally speaking, VIX gets faded. And look at that, VIX is almost negative VVXY. Go SPX, go rip it. Mara, guys, trying to make a move here. Go, Mara, go. Marathon still has got a lot of time to trend here. Bitcoin trying to break out of a little bit of an intraday flag pattern. Still extremely oversold, down 3%. I would not be surprised if they try to take Bitcoin green at some point today. But a nice 10-minute bull flag. If this can pop, we're going back to 98. Come on, BTC. IWM has been bubbling up against its prior day low here for quite a number of minutes, and it's trying to get through it. Look at that S&P 500. Rip it. Rip it. Go, 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 go. Damn, I don't even know what these miracles could be worth, but they could be worth a whole lot. Let's see. If they get in the money, that would be a nice little grand slammer. $13 call. That's 6 cents. Market is trending, guys. We are trending. Do 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 do. We are starting to trend, guys. Look at this market rip. What a ripper, guys. Meta trying to go green. Rocket Labs, Rigetti, everything's starting to squeeze. Everything is starting to squeeze. Come on. If Mara, imagine Mara pushes to 14 today. That would be crazy. Come on. Mara, get your big butt up there. Mara turns green, guys. These contracts are going to explode. Can we make 1,000% on Mara today? If Mara hits around 1350, 1360 today, guys, our lotto calls might be up 1,000%. Might be. We'll see. Still a long way to get there, but Mara's trying here. Meta turning green. Tesla about to go green. Amazon about to go green. QQQ and IWM both are very close to going green. Holy moly. Rigetti still trying to make a move. Datavolt up 9.7. Archer catching some liquidity. IONQ up 5.5. QBTS up 3.89. I haven't even looked at the high volume list, guys. That is crazy. CoreWeave still down. Plug still down. Big Bear AI. Let's look at some of these other high flyers. Are they into buying opportunities? Big Bear AI. Let's look at CoreWeave. CoreWeave has been trading in the deep dark depths below, catching a bit of a bid. How's IREN? Some of these other high flyers, that's catching a bit of a bid. SoFi's green, Open Door green, Nvidia 0.6, Tesla's trying, Bitfarms. How's Bitfarms doing? That's another high flyer. Whoa, what the heck just happened there? Back it up. Bitfarms. Yeah, that's trying to go green as well. Look at this SPX bounce, guys. What do I think the next critical resistance for SPY is? Well, it's going to be this 10-minute EMA gap fill. You'll probably get a sell side candle off of there. You can see the SPX point of control is sitting at 67.43. But look at this. Look, I mean, we could be setting up this very similar, guys. You know, it's going to be interesting. If you just throw on a fib retrace, there's some key fibs that we can see on SPX. You're coming into that 382. But this is a good rebound. I'm hoping it actually holds, guys, because then that probably sets up for a gap up on Monday. Obviously pending any sort of geopolitical news, but technically speaking, the next swing tradable short level, guys, is here. You know, SPX is wedging, all right? Whichever way the wedge pattern breaks kind of dictates either a big bearish lower low or another all-time high. Odds are we're still going to keep trending, guys. That's what I've been saying is market is still holding really strong structure. Today, I'd like to see it hold above that weekly 7 MA on SPX. It's looking like it's going to try to. But we'll see. Still lots of time left in the day. We've all seen crazy moves where you have big bounces, goes green, and then they can take it lower. Maybe they just keep ripping us into the rest of the day. Maybe this was the cleanse before the Santa Claus rally. Could certainly be, right? We're approaching mid-November. 700 coming on SPY. Yeah, it could. It really, really could, guys. Really, really could. Especially if Nvidia earnings. If they pop up Nvidia on earnings, whew, yeah, this market will make new all-time highs. With the amount of oversold names, guys, in the indices right now, I think there is a strong chance to go back to the all-time highs. Very strong chance. Data Vault still ripping, guys. DVLT up 10.39%. Come on, Bitcoin's about to explode out of a bull flag, guys. BTC, Palantir's green, Intel still down 1.14, QBTS still ripping, IREN turns green, Cypher Mining turns green, Circle up 3%, Tesla green. You're getting more green appearing on the screen. What does that mean? Could be a little bit of a trender. Zero DTE pump. I mean, I don't even know where they want to take us, guys, throughout the rest of the day. I mean, the one area that we could hit today, guys, which would be insane, 676. That 10-minute EMA, you can see, why do I say that 10-minute EMA? Because this is where we last had the bearish breakdown on your intraday price action with a retest that got absolutely slammed. So I'm watching this 10-minute EMA 113 on SPY. That's where they, on a crazy long shot, they could trend us back there. That would be insane, but would not surprise me. Holy moly, man. SPY was probably 1,000% as well. You'll send me cheesecake if we get to 676. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to retire, guys. I'm going on a vacation. I'll be off next week if we hit 676. No, I'm kidding. But seriously, if we hit 676 today, that would be mind-blowing. I mean, this market is designed to create so much FOMO. Holy moly, guys. Look at this. Look at this. We're flying. We're flying. We are flying. Bitcoin breaking out. IWM breaking out. Everything breaking out to the upside, guys. We got all indices green and ripping. Boom. Let's go. Meta flying to the upside. Rocket Labs trying to go for another high a day. Datavolt trying to go for another high a day. Rigetti trying to go for another high a day. Mara. Come on, Mara. Mara's trying to rip, guys. BTC also trying to get maybe a bit of a daily chart bottoming tail. Look at BTC flying. This market is insane right now. Insane, guys. What a bounce, guys. What a phenomenal bounce. Holy moly. Here comes the FOMO. Because some people don't even buy into red markets. Some people only buy once the market turns green, and we just turned green, man. Oof. Nvidia up 1.4%. Peter, hope you kept some runners on Nvidia. Apple, green up 0.5%. Google trying to go green. Tesla green up 0.6. Meta up 0.25. IONQ up 7. QBTS up 4. Man, Fridays are fun. Fridays are fun, guys. That is crazy. This market is insane, guys. Absolutely insane, this market. Oh my goodness. Still some stocks that are red. Don't fade cheap silver right now. We'll see. Natural gas. Oh, I didn't even look at natural gas. I've been so distracted by the price action. Natural gas inventories, guys, bearish for natural gas inventories. Report coming in at 45 billion, less of a drawdown than that was expected. Natural gas under some severe pressure right now, down about 3%. Didn't really make too big of a move. Initial wick down, it got bought up. But so far, pretty bearish print for natural gas, guys. The report. All right. Pretty bearish. Look at Rocket Labs flying, guys. Our long position is now ripping. Go, go, go. Tempest ripping, guys. Everything that we bought today is pretty much just made crazy, crazy reversals. I mean, freaking crazy. Look at the VIX, guys. SVIX ripping. Can we get back to this prior day? Wow. Even that EMA would be up 6%. And there you go, guys. The statistics lives true. VIX is negative, down 1.26%. All right, SPX is into a bit of resistance here, guys. Point of control. You've lost and regained 65K. I know, it's crazy. It's insane. I was down about 13 at the open. Now I'm up about 11. It depends on it depends on what time frame you're on, Ram. Point of control could be changed based off of time frame. You're probably on a different time frame. I'm on a larger time frame here, daily. Meta's still climbing here, guys. SPY still holding value. Rigetti trying to go for another high of day. Rocket Lab's trying to go for another high day. Mara's still down 1.8%, trying to climb here. BTC still down 2.7. Netflix still having a really rough day. That's down 3.12. JP Morgan down 0.8, but bouncing hard. Ethereum trying to go green, guys. ETH is actually outperforming Bitcoin. Quite interesting. I didn't even look at the likes of SBET and BMNR. Upstart still up 5.2. Solar stocks rebounding hard. Gold miners still under a little bit of pressure, but bouncing. XYZ still down. What else we got? Oracle up 1.48. Cisco's green. Roku's green. Chipotle's still negative. Lithium stocks are mixed. Transport stocks are mixed. Oil's still having a good day, but just range bound. Rivian underperforming, that's down 4%. Valero ripping up 3.2. Wow, VLO, nasty. Rig up 1.12. Pfizer's down, Snapchat turning green, Twilio green, Walmart under pressure, regional banks still under pressure. What else you got? Unity Software still down. Steel stocks are seeing some buy-side pressure. Nat gas equities are still under pressure off of the bearish nat gas print. Micron just ripping. Humana still down. Alibaba strong. All right, Bitcoin still trying to climb and grind here, guys. Pre-market high on BTC is at 97.5. So it's getting there. It's going to probably try to retest. With the strength that we're seeing in Ethereum, guys, ETH is actually putting in a bit of a daily chart bottoming tail. So I didn't even look at the likes of BMNR, SBET, but they're probably going to catch some end of day liquidity, especially if ETH can turn positive here. BTC is still kind of lagging a little bit, but it's certainly trying here. It's trying. You know, maybe it wants to pull back a little bit, create a right shoulder, and then it has an intraday inverse. But pre-market high, if it gets through that, it could really, really run here. Really, really run. All right, SPX, we'll keep that daily chart. Look at this weekly chart on SPX, guys. We're still actually negative on the week, even with this bounce. Oh, no, we're positive, sorry. We're positive. As long as we close above that weekly sell-off, we're positive. But I would really like to see the SPX hold that weekly 7 MA. You can see how we pierced it last week, rebounded, pierced it again, rebounded. So far, we holding steady. A little bit of additional profit taking occurring. Rocket Lab's a bit of a double top, Rigetti double top. Meta is still trying to consolidate. We'll see if the dip gets bought up. A little bit of a rejection candle hitting the market. Crude oil still up 2.98% and ripping. Gold still down 2.1. Nat gas down 2.94. UVXY still slightly negative, down by 0.45. Yields are basically flat. Bonds are flat. Tesla still green. Meta, Google negative. We've got Apple up 0.43%. Microsoft up 0.64. And the IWM just went back slightly negative. SPY slightly negative. QQQ still green. So mega cap tech is still showing some resiliency off the lows, as well as some of those high beta stocks. Can we get another push in the market here? Basically, with this huge rally, guys, the markets are now flat. Are we going to trend? Imagine we have like a 1% update on the market. That would be crazy, right? A 1% update on SPY. Let's just see where that would put us. Because remember, we did have a pretty big down day yesterday, but 1% update on SPY would put us back to 678. That would be crazy. Cray. Dom C saying SGML at 9% up, CDZI at 5% up, UU. Yep, energy sector is moving hard. It's moving quite well, the energy sector. Yeah, based off of last week's price action, you know, with this type of a bullish reversal, there's a strong chance we gap up. It really matters how we close, right? If this market sells off and gives up most of these gains, then that would be an issue. That would be extremely bearish. If we gave up these gains, and guys, there's still a lot of time in the session, so just take it candle by candle. Although we've been buying the dip, the day is not over. Market makers could get nasty, but chances are we're going to keep trending. But if we close up at the higher range here, yeah, there's a strong chance of a gap up. Crude oil still trying to move higher here. IWM consolidating. $11 guys. Markets have now been open for 90 minutes. 90 minutes. Selling coming back in. Here in crypto, small caps, S&P. Again, that's natural. I mean, after a huge rally, you've had almost a 1.5% rally from the lows. So profit taking is not a bad idea for certain day traders. I mean, the volume is going to start to lighten up now a little bit. Pullback coming into crypto. Bit of a pullback into your SPY. Your SPY's back to the negative side. IWM's flirting with negative price again. So you are seeing a little bit of selling hitting the tape, guys. Some minor selling. LMT. Yeah, LMT's had a nice sell-off. Again, a very institution traded war stock. Backing and filling a little bit. The one thing I don't like about LMT here um, is that it had a failed breakout here on the weekly out of this range. So it could easily still go down to the low of this range. So just be careful with that name. It's looking like a bit of a daily chart bear flag forming. Um, we'll see. Not really liking the chart too much, although it can get a bounce back to say 470-ish. It's looking a little bit weaker. That's for sure. All right, SPY starting to come in a little bit. Meta seeing some selling. Bitcoin, IWM, everything is seeing a bit of selling here, guys. What the hell just happened there? We could just taking a breather. We'll see. You know, they could get really nasty with it. Really depends on the confidence in people here. You're still above prior day low on all indices. So that's kind of the big area that we need to maintain. PDL. If you start losing that, then things get a little bit more dicey. But we could just be forming now a right shoulder intraday. If we have a little inverse head and shoulders that wants to play out here, that would suggest, I don't think it would play out today, but if we can start to carve out a right shoulder here, and we have SPY 682-ish. But we're definitely getting some heavy profit taking here. VIX is trying to climb back to the high side. Is the market going to stand here? Let's take a seat here. Some more sell side pressure, guys. All indices are back to the dark side. Meta back to the negative, Google back to the negative, Amazon back to the negative, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple still holding steady here. We want to maintain above that prior day low. That's where we want to stay above. Thinking about taking some lotto spy calls. I'm going to buy some 674 0 DTE spy calls if we tap this prior day low. So I'm going to probably just pick up 5 contracts, 674 lottos for SPY if we hit that prior day low. I'll try to go for a bit of a bounce. See, yeah, like RTX. RTX, I think, has more of that stronger uptrend right now. I like RTX. AVAV. I think having defense plays in your portfolio is never a bad idea, especially since there's likely going to be some more war escalations. I mean, I got some contacts, at least in the Canadian military here, and my stepfather, he served 35 years. I got some more friends. One of my neighbors, he's overseas right now on the bordering of one of the NATO Russia countries, and he says probably 2026, 2027, there's going to be metal to metal, which means there's going to be another war or escalation with Russia. So I know our prime minister in Canada just announced that every single federal employee is now going to have weapons training. So, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, you could be an administrative clerk in Canada and you're now going to have weapons training. So, although Canada's military is nothing, we're like peanuts and little minnows. The fact that they're trying to mobilize 300,000 federal employees that aren't military, they're civilians. They're literally trying to train, you know, office assistants and anyone. It's crazy. That just happened, I believe, this week, the announcement. So, uh, World War III, typically war is bullish for the stock market. You get an initial wave of selling from that announcement, but a lot of people argue we're already in World War III. It's just different, right? It's financially, it's hacking, espionage. All right, so, but we're kind of due for it. We are due. Think about, yeah, it should be bullish for defense stocks. You would think another world war would be very, very bullish for defense stocks. Yeah, AVAV is into a nice area here. This is a strategy that I like to use. Typically, the back test of the EMA 113, aligning with that 20-week moving average. Usually, it gets a big bid. The only problem is that AVAV completed its upside. I haven't really dived into too much of the valuation and fundamentals, but I know it's definitely a quality war stock that usually catches a bid. And there's almost this war, this proxy war already transpiring, right, between Venezuela, the US. A lot of people already know that Venezuela has strategic partnerships with Russia and China. So that's kind of almost on the back doorstep of the US. And the US doesn't like that. You've obviously seen Trump make a bolstering stance, flying B-52s on the coastline, already shooting some of those ships, deporting a bunch of the criminals and gang members. So there's already escalation and steps. The US proposed a 1 trillion defense budget for expansion starting 2020. Yeah, that's massive, right? How can the stock go down if that $1 trillion is coming in, right? That's why defense stocks just keep going up and up and up because it's the biggest expenditure for the US. So the US still spend more than everyone combined, right, on military just to keep that power. And granted, I mean, I'd rather have them in place than other countries. All right, so market's making a nice stand here. Never officially kissed my level. I was looking to buy some calls. I know those calls did explode higher already, but again, if we can break out here, guys, then we're triggering a bit of an inverse head and shoulders. I would still like to see a little bit more consolidation, but the market really doesn't care what I want. It does what it wants to do. So if we break out here, guys, imagine we trended all the way up here. How crazy would that be? How crazy would that be? That would be filthy. If they made a move, if they pushed the S&P, imagine they pushed it all the way back up to the 682 or even prior to a high. How crazy would that be? Let's look at the IWM daily chart here. So again, IWM, look at the big level that the Russell hit today, your EMA. Wow, SPY's trying to go here. That's crazy. Here comes the next big push. Russell going for another high of day. SPY going for another high of day. All indices are back to the green side. Tesla ripping. Meta trying to push higher. Apple ripping. Nvidia ripping. Microsoft ripping. Amazon now ripping. Yeah, Rocket Labs is going to break out likely for a high a day. This is one of the stronger stocks off of the lows. So it's probably going to print another high of day. It's looking pretty likely. Nice little ascending triangle intraday building. Ascending triangle is a bullish intraday pattern, guys, that has a high statistical probability of seeing more bullish upside. But it's just trading with the market right now. You know, it's had a nice solid reversal, pretty much mimicking the S&P, just on a higher beta ratio. You know, Rocket Labs at the highs there's had an 8% swing, over 8% swing. Domsey saying U.S. air carrier pushed into Venezuela yesterday. Interesting. Thank you. I didn't know that. So yeah, there you go. There's more escalations, tensions rising. So it's a bit of a proxy war, right? Last night, the U.S. announced a new initiative called Operation Southern Fear. Don't know what that is, but it sounds pretty intense. Intense. Let's see what that is. Operation Southern Fear. A newly announced U.S. military campaign targeting narco-terrorist networks in Latin America, announced by Pete Hegseth, authorized by Trump, Joint Task Force Southern Spear. Mission objectives: defend the U.S. homeland from drug-related threats, remove narco-terrorists from Latin America and surrounding waters, secure maritime routes, disrupt criminal networks, naval and air forces deployed. In the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, at least 20 vessels destroyed, including semi-submersible used for drug trafficking. Over 70 individuals killed in strikes since early September. This SPX chart, guys, could also create a massive W formation. So it could create a very strong W formation. If we hold up here, this SPX chart looks ridiculously bullish. New high of day, S&P. IWM going for another high of day. What a move. DT just getting going. It's starting to squeeze. Holy moly, Data Vault is squeezing here, guys. Data Vault has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. If you don't see it, you need to get your eyes checked. Looking filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. And then we're at the precipice of triggering an even bigger one. Oh my gosh, it looks so beautiful. Go DVLT, go, rip it. Rip it. Look at this pattern. So we have a breakout target of $2, and then the bigger one is 238. Rip it. I'll take a 51% gain. Look at this market. It's starting to trend. Wow, Meta broke 600 today. I don't know if we're gonna see it below 600 for a while after today. Look at this push. I mean, holy moly, are they gonna try to end the week? Holy moly, they freaking are just ripping this thing to the upside. IWM new high of day. Gold trying to rip. Crude oil still ripping. Microsoft up 1%. Full port DVLT. Uh, yeah, it's crazy. It could move. Full spaghetti. This market is now entering squeeze mode, guys. The shorts are unraveling quickly here, guys. Holy moly. Holy moly. This is getting crazy. This is getting crazy. Next real resistance is your 7-day moving average. 67.82. Squeeze this mother. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. It's good to be long, guys. It's good to be long on days like this. Rip it. Rip it. Rip it. Oh my God. Even my calls are starting to come back. That's crazy. Hi, buddy. Hello. This is insane. Yep, Rocket Lab's gonna break out, guys. I'm long and strong, man. I think Rocket Labs is gonna go for um 55 at least. Not today, but 55 at least. And honestly, I might hold up Rocket Labs. You know, what do I have now? Let me just see how much of it is of my portfolio. 2, 3, 4.5. Yeah, so it's 4.5% of my portfolio now, Rocket Labs. Um, my gosh, my dog is hairy. But I think I might even hold. I'll probably trim into a key technical level, but not yet. Well off of that. But I think Rocket Labs is going to push. This is a long-term buy. I'm pretty sure. I'll probably hold some shares down for a long time. So that's my dog, guys. He needs to go out. I got to take the dog out. I got to take the dog out, guys. Give me a sec. All right, guys. Just doing some sprints. Thank you, Ram. Ram's still holding 671, 675 calls. Nicely done. Stoic, I have a doggy door, and my wife's dog still poops inside. Gosh, that's brutal. Brutal. You have a small dog, I'm assuming? One of my exes had a small Pomeranian and it used to shit inside all the time. It would leave landmines. We stepped in it a couple times. I'd turn a corner, not see it, boom, step right in it. The dash, yeah. Beagle. Ah, cute. Cute, cute, cute. All right, guys, we're approaching that EMA 113 on SPY 10-minute chart. So that's a big area because it's our previous little breakdown zone back here. It's a, use the flashlight, yeah. Pretty funny. All right, guys, this market is structurally set up for a continuation trender in the afternoon. It's looking pretty good. Again, they typically still sell the VIX on Friday, as well as you have the volume trends now lightening up, which adds additional upside bias. Mara, guys, is trying to break out to high of day, so those calls are still trying here. Bitcoin trying to break out of a flag pattern. Now you have Marathon Digital trying to get going here. Whoops. So it's getting close. Volt is squeezing still. DVLT. Full beast mode. Jeez. Mara, new high of day, guys. Marathon Digital. Trying to wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Look at this weekly candle forming on SPY. Insane. Insane. This price action is absolutely crazy, guys. Who would have thought if you full ported here, zero DTEs, you could have retired, guys. Could have retired. Bitcoin breaking out of a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders. Three chances to retire, I know. There'll be more. There'll be more. I'm extremely happy with how the session has gone so far. I mean, I woke up this morning, I was like, oh. But at the same time, I did close a lot of my shorts, freeing up a decent chunk of capital that's kind of been sitting dead money. So, but yeah, it's a nice rebound. If you bought the dip, you're sitting pretty. Again, yeah, gold's catching a little bit of a bid. Silver still catching a little bit of a bid here. Nice wicks. You got miners seeing some liquidity reversals off the lows. That's just due to the market being strong. Gold back above your 7 and 20. Got that bullish 7 and 20. So gold can easily push much, much higher here. Just go all in on Data Vault. Should I? It's certainly setting up that way. This could also be the low for DVLT before it makes a big ascent back to all-time highs. We will see. DVLT, Data Vault, Rippin, Rigetti. Wall Dog saying, am I too tardy to the party to enter a position? Depends on what position. I still think there's some buys down there. Um, Still think crypto's pretty cheap down here. You can never retire, I know. We love this shit too much. Like, I wouldn't chase SPY here right now. Um, you could buy the pullback. You can buy pullbacks. Wait for a small pullback if you get one. But I still think Meta's cheap down here. Crypto's cheap. Trade Desk cheap. I still think Rocket Labs is pretty cheap down here. What else? Nike. I think that's a good 2026 play. I'm not even going to mention Webull. That one's just nasty. Uh, Stoic saying I like trading, but his wife needs to stop spending. That's never going to happen, Stoic. Venkat inputs here. Be careful. Be very careful. You need to be quick with your entries and exits. We are seeing a little bit of selling here. You got Meta hitting some resistance, IWM hitting some resistance. Um, SPY is definitely extended intraday, but Seeing some additional profit taking. Decent sized pullback. Decent pullback here, guys, in the market. We'll see if they want to defend price here. Market's still okay. They're coming into this value area here. Value area high. 673.34. I'd like to see them defend that. Amazon back to the negative side. Google, Meta back to the negative side. Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Tesla still holding structure. Nice job, Bencat. Netflix is still getting slaughtered. Same thing with JP Morgan, still getting absolutely slaughtered. So I'm kind of watching these stocks on my other screen because the S&P has turned green. It's had a nice rally. So if a couple of these additional stocks that have been bludgeoned start to firm up, that will really push the S&P higher here. So JP Morgan's still a big weighting in your XLF, down pretty sharply. So even with the S&P turning green, look at the XLF still down sharply. Regional banks still negative. So imagine XLF, guys, which is still a pretty big weighting in the S&P. Imagine that turns green today, or at least tries to head towards the gap. That would push your S&P up quite sharply. Look at that bounce on Nvidia, magnificent. AMD, Broadcom, Micron, absolutely insane. SMCI, big bounce on SMCI today. Damn, missed that one. That one hit a nice upsloping trend line. Let's look at Oscar. Oscar's still trying to push here. HIMS still trying to push. UNH. That one's still interesting. I'm hoping UNH goes lower, guys. It's another longer term position. Oh, Netflix is a split on Monday? I didn't even know that. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, look at that. It does. So yeah, potentially Netflix sell off before the split. I don't know if you can share the post in here, Cabin. But what do you want me to look at on Twitter, on X? Take a look at the X post and let me know what you think. This 4chan post nailed the BTC October 6th top 2 years in advance. No, the links don't show. YouTube's got a censored stuff here. Yeah, they censor it. I don't even have control over that. That's something in Google's software. Post from yesterday. What do I need to search on Twitter or X? 4chan? Edward Dowd? My gosh, I see. The first thing I see on his profile is breaking. 1 day ago, Germany will require all men to sign up for potential military service from January 1st, 2026. Damn. We're going into a war, guys. Germany, conscription. That's crazy. And what am I looking for? Post from yesterday. This guy posts a lot. Not really seeing it here. 21 hours ago, you see a screenshot of 4chan post. Oh yeah, I see it here. Over 6. Hopefully you guys full porter DVLT because this thing is just flying. Holy moly. Leaving the train station, guys. Datavolt has left the station. S&P leaving the station. What a move. Anyone wants to see a short squeeze? DVLT. Looks like they're trying to push this market, the SPX, back to its 7 MA, 7 daily MA. That's coming in. We're almost at that 676 target. So we are still climbing here, guys. Still climbing. IWM, new high of day. S&P going for another new high of day. That's crazy. What a crazy session. No, I don't think we're gonna get to 685 though today. You know, maybe 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 680, but I think that we're probably gonna stop somewhere around the 676 area. 670, 650, kind of back at this pivot, back at this breakdown. And I think they could chop us around. We want to digest this move. This has been a huge bounce. I'd be okay with it just stopping here and chopping. And I don't know how much more upside is left. Obviously, it could still go. Yeah, 685. Okay, yeah, 685, I think for sure is on watch. New all-time highs are on watch for SPY. Um, that's how we're still structurally set up for. So yeah, I agree with you, Ram. Sorry, I thought you meant today. But yeah, not today. New high of day for Datavolt. Meta trying to break a bull flag pattern. Um, Rigetti still looking good. Rocket Lab still looking good. Tempest AI looking good. Archer's moving. Quantum still moving. You want them to dump today again so you can buy? I don't know if they're going to dump it. Honestly, I mean, they like to keep markets somewhat decent on a Friday. If they do dump it, it'll be in that last hour or half hour of the day. But it's looking too strong for any sort of midday selling, in my opinion, unless we get some sort of a Trump announcement, which could happen, but unlikely. Okay, guys, I'm gonna grab some lunch. Nice job if you bought the dip. Nice job if you bought the dip. Meta is starting to break out here again, looking pretty solid on Meta's chart. Nice daily hammer candle. What's the volume like so far on SPY? 12 o'clock, we can usually double the volume from this period. So daily chart on SPY, we're trading 48 million, so double that, call it 96, 100 million. We'll probably hit 100 mil today. So that's a good volume. That's a good amount of volume, guys, on a bullish reversal. 100 million shares likely going to be traded today. That's decent. That's a decent lower boundary pivot. All right, guys, I'll be back in a bit. Nevertheless, I mean, markets are still looking pretty decent here. Pretty decent. But look at that. We're almost at that EMA, guys, that I gave you. 10-minute EMA. 113. All right. But I don't know how much more upside we're going to have. Dumpsy saying, I think the market will continue to go green until 2 to 3, then pull back to set up a wedge going into next weekend. Yeah, like I agree. I think if there's any sort of a pullback, it's later in the afternoon. And the reason being is you think about it from a structure standpoint from the market, right? How many people were piling in on the short side at the open, and how many people were also, swinging short, trying to trade short with the trend. And then when you realize when the margin calls come at what time, it usually comes in around that afternoon time frame, 1:30, 2 o'clock. So that's often why you see a little bit of late day sell side pressure in the markets, because often institutions will hit people in the margin trading account with their margin calls around that 1:30 time frame. People have to covering often forces more upside buying, and then they dump it. They don't want people to have downside protection when they're dumping this market. All right, guys, great job if you bought the dip. I will see you back in a little bit. Just gonna grab some lunch as I am hungry, very hungry. Again, watch this 7MA on your SPX. It's trading at 67.84, so another $3 more of upside, and we'll hit some pretty decent resistance. If we look at the SPY daily chart, you can see the S&P daily chart is at 670, 666, kind of confluencing with this 10-minute EMA. Very cool. Very cool. Meta breaking out to the high of day.